Welcome back to the M.E.L 7-day streaming event, Rebooted. All right, so today our topic is world building, and I'm happy to see anyone who's going to be coming in today. I was able to, a little recap of yesterday, I was able to go from, I believe I ended off at the beginning or midpoint of chapter 3. And now I am at the beginning of chapter 6, so making some serious progress, which I'm very happy to report. If you are joining us today, go ahead and let me know in the chat what you're working on today and what your goals are. For me, I'm going to go ahead and write down my goal for once instead of just having it in my head. I would very much like to get through 2 chapters of revision today, at least. And considering that I have been consistently getting very close to that, I usually average about 1.5 chapters, depending on just how many new scenes need to be written. I really hope I can get there. Yellow. Oh, hello. Actually, yellow just sounds like a very, very, very cute way to say hello. Some of my kids say that, which is very funny. Hello, Jennifer. Nice to see you in chat today. What kind of stuff will you be working on today? What is your goal? For me, I would like to do 2 chapters, 2 full chapters of revision. I think I can do it. We'll see. I do have to be very mindful of how long I stream for today. I have gotten a warning that I am nearing my streaming limit. It's supposed to reset today, but it hasn't reset yet. So that means that I have 6 hours according to the counter. So I think we're fine. We don't even reach the 5-hour mark. So it should be totally fine, but I do need to keep an eye on that today. Jennifer, doing non-writing work again today, sadly. That's totally fine. Totally fine. I probably should be doing cleaning and stuff, especially because I might have someone over later today, but I really, really want to edit today, so I'm going to be doing that instead. But I totally understand. There are tons of times, especially during the work week, where I will not do editing. Instead, I'll just focus on like actual living stuff like cleaning and stuff like that, because it's hard to get anything done during the work week. So I'm in survival mode more often than not. So no shame in that. No shame in that. What kind of non-writing task goals do you have? Do you need to do laundry, dishes? You can do it. We'll get through it today somehow. So we are going to go ahead and our topic today is world building, by the way. So I do already have a question that I will go ahead and ask chat. Let's see if we can get that question up right now. What comes first when you make a story, characters or world? What do you think of first? Is it the characters that come to mind, or do you create the world first and just fill it with characters? I think this one's going to be a pretty varied answer. So while you think about that one, and we're going to get some stuff done today. So let's go ahead and do our first sprint of today. First 25-minute sprint. Let's see if there's any other announcements. I don't think so. I did release my one author to another video earlier today. Sorry, it was like an hour later than it's usually posted. I had a hard time getting the file to upload a little bit. It did finally upload, just took a couple hours. So even though it's a shorter video, my internet is not the best, as you guys can probably tell. So that's finally uploaded on my page. If you're curious about my review series, we have a new one up there. And it's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good book. I'm not sure which book I'm doing next, though. I have not started a new one. Well, I am still reading the second book in Allegra's series, but I haven't started a new indie book yet. So I have a list of ones to go through. I just haven't done it yet. I do have 1 or 2 books from other author tubers, but I'm scared. One of them's a romance. I'm scared of the romances, guys. But we might do that one next, because I've already got it uploaded on my Kindle. So brace yourself for that. Okay, let's go ahead and start our 25-minute sprint in go. Okay, we're back. All right, we got some people all up in the chat. Hello, Megan. Hi, welcome. And hello, Brandon, as well. Jennifer is working on day job stuff, but I'm working from home, so it's pretty chill and I can multitask. Awesome. That's good. So to answer the question about characters, Megan said definitely characters, then build a world around them where they can barely survive. Nice. That sounds like a good time for an author, not for the characters so much. Brandon, I build the world first, but that's not to be confused with the world building being more important. I feel like the characters are always the most important. I personally just need to know the setting beforehand. For example, I knew I wanted characters with authority, but are they kings and queens or police officers? Good point. For me, I think I definitely do characters first, but that's simply because usually when I think of a basic story idea, sometimes it's a situation or a general concept. For example, one of mine a while ago, one of my short stories was a prompt about liminal spaces, was the prompt, I believe. And I thought of a character who's really impulsive and quite young and foolish, and thus would be more likely to fall into a liminal space, or worse yet, go to a place that would be more liminal and mess with something they're not supposed to mess with, such as a fairy circle. And that led to more of a building of that character, as well as her friend, who ended up kind of hating her a little bit on the down low. And it led to the world, which was urban fantasy. So they were all really closely connected, though. Technically, the characters came first, but the world was very close on the heels. So I can understand that. Brandon, also the world will directly affect the characters, but the characters won't necessarily affect the world. Depends, but usually, yeah. Usually, yeah. I do find it interesting that sometimes a world won't seem to affect much of anything at all. It's more of a backdrop. I try not to let that happen, because if that's the case, if the world's just a backdrop, then why did I use something so specific? If it just anything would have worked. I think we are all elements of the world, so world building can be very important. Even if the characters are most important, I still think the world will affect them. So I agree. And they are, like I said, very closely entwined. Like usually world building starts as soon as the character starts to form in my brain. So another character of one of my novels that I haven't started yet, I started creating part of an outline, but I need to finish that. But that one, the world is sci-fi, and there are giant robots in that one. It's one of my giant robot stories. I love giant robots, but there's just not good literature out there for them anymore. So that's one I want to do. And the world came up really quickly. It did start with the character, but the world was really fast on the heels. Pretty much as soon as the character started forming, as soon as she started taking shape, the world immediately followed, because she is an element of her community. So like I pretty directly, she's directly affected by her community, and it helps form who she is. So a lot of her struggles are direct results of the community she grows up in. So that's why. But yeah, interesting, good answers, you guys. So I think we are going to get ready to go for another round of sprints. Let me go ahead and set it up real quick. And let's go ahead and take down this banner so we can go ahead and create another one. Also, please be sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Liking videos like this helps them show up in algorithms for more people to join. So if you could do that, that would be lovely. I will work on another question for you guys. I believe we will do if you start building the worlds before you think of genre, or if you think of genre and it helps you build the world. I think that will be the next question. And we are going to do another 25-minuter. And yeah, Godspeed to us. Go. All right, and we are back. Ooh, quite a bit of chat. Okay, Brandon, my writing experience is limited, but so far the genre has always come last. If I had to write a formula for myself, I'd say generic world, character archetype, specific world, individual personality. Interesting. Then genre. Makes sense. I wasn't trying to write a dark contemporary fantasy. I just wrote and let the story categorize itself naturally, if that makes any sense. It does. I feel like there are times I know I want to write a science fiction because that's pretty broad. I usually don't know exactly what kind of sci-fi, but sometimes I feel like I want to just write in that general genre because there's a lot of things I can do in sci-fi that I can't do in fantasy. So if I want to create alien creatures, I don't want them to be mythical creatures. I want them to be aliens and to have like a science base. I prefer I'll write in science fiction, and I'll know I want to write in science fiction because I want to create those kinds of characters. So it's kind of like, again, the characters come first, and I start forming a character when I know, oh, this is an alien. So that's how that usually goes for me. Anyway. Jennifer, I usually know the genre before I start, except for one time when I added a courtroom drama aspect during a rewrite. Interesting. Yeah, for me, like, I can usually tell with the characters because the world build comes pretty quick after the characters. Usually have a general idea of the general genre, like whether or not it's sci-fi or whether it's fantasy. But like Brandon, I don't know the exacts of that genre. Like if you ask me what kind of science fiction is, I usually can't tell you until after I'm done with a draft. And even then it might change over time. Brandon, think fast. How you wake up? You poker face. Nice. Nice. Dead. Yeah. So I think for a lot of us, we don't really think about genre until later on, and that's pretty normal. I think I've only seen a couple people, usually back in college now that I think about it, that would write to genre where they would, and that is a challenge. I do think it's an interesting challenge if you've never tried a genre before to pick a genre and a couple tropes out of a hat and see what you can do with it. It is a fun experiment. Whether or not you get a story out of it that's really workable longer term is varied. It's hard to say. The Book Dragon's Nest made it. I've never thought about this one, but genre is last. Sometimes I know a story will be an epic fantasy, but that's all the thought I give it. Yeah, because I think it really does come down to how quickly you think of the world build, because the world build will usually clue you in on a general genre. Like the difference between like Alice in Wonderland versus a fantasy world like Lord of the Rings. If you're building the world in your head and it looks more like Lord of the Rings, of course you're going to guess, oh, this is probably going to be a high fantasy, because that's kind of world build that you're seeing inside your head. Versus if you're seeing ships and aliens and going between worlds, you're like, okay, that's some version of sci-fi. But the specifics of exactly what kind of sci-fi is exploratory, is it fantastical? Like, you don't necessarily know right away. But yes, but welcome Book Dragon. I'm glad you were able to make it today. Hi, and I should take attendance now, shouldn't I? Because I'm trying to keep track of what days y'all coming in. Let's see, where's my pencil? I can only find a pen. It's being written in pen today. Hope you guys don't plan on winking out of existence, because now it's going to be in pen. Brandon is here. I think, Brandon, were you here yesterday? I don't know. I'm having a hard time keeping track. Jennifer is also here. Let's see. Megan is here. And Dragon. Awesome. Cool. I don't know if RA will make it today or not, because I believe RA has some kiddos to watch over the rest of the week. So might not see RA today. That's okay. Understandable. Brandon's like, nope. Wasn't here yesterday. Yeah. You were here on day one, I'm pretty sure, though. At least I think you were. I notated in my book, so I'm pretty sure you were there. That or I just made it up. I'm pretty sure you were there on day one. I've been to your live streams before, though. Yes, you've been in and out of some of my streams, which is cool. Always happy to see repeated faces. But I'm really bad with timekeeping, and I'm really bad with remembering things. So that's why I have to write down when you guys show up, because otherwise I'll forget. I'll remember that people were there, but I won't accurately remember who was at what days. Unless I write it down, I have no concept. I have a really, really bad memory for that kind of stuff. I also forget when the last time I've done things, which is why I have apps that tell me when I last cleaned certain areas of my house, because I will forget. I was there when Haley Wrights was on. Yes, that was day one. My notes are correct. Yay. Awesome. Okay. So I am going to switch out banners. Please remember to like if you haven't already. It helps the algorithm. And I will create a new question for chat for our next 25 minutes. So I'll see y'all in 25. All right, guys, we are back. We are back. We are back. So, question for chat was, is world building important to you in your first draft, or do you leave it for later drafts? So, where the bulk of your world building comes in. For me, I usually do pretty minimum world building initially. And that might be a bad thing that I need to fix, might be something I need to work on, but I'm kind of lazy on that one initially. Like, I have a general idea of how things work. And if I do need to figure out something really important, like how the worlds exist in my current one, how you jump in and out of the dimensions, that's something I had to sit down and kind of figure out. But generally speaking, a lot of the more intricate workings of how things operate in the world, I won't usually figure out until draft 2. So right now, I'm trying to figure out some of the more political systems of between the colonies and how they work. Like, how does policing work on a system? I don't exactly know the answer off the top of my head, so that's stuff I'm having to figure out now. So the intricacies of the world, I don't build from the jump, which I probably should, but I don't. So that ends up something I have to fix usually. Jennifer says, the only thing that I care about during a first draft is getting it done. And I usually know the basics before I start because I'm an outliner. Yeah. Yeah, I have a basic idea of how some things work. But if you asked me, like, how does the police system work on the colony? Like, I don't know. I had to figure that out. And when I was rereading, I had to start making all of these brainstorming charts to try to figure out how I was going to do that. Like, what exactly the law keeping system is in the world I had crafted, because I hadn't sat down and figured out exactly how it worked. I just knew that there was a general, like, I knew that the people in the colony had asked my main character to go investigate something, and that those people weren't evil per se, but they didn't have all the information. So there was a government institution that's more, not global because these are colonies, but they're in a certain district and they handle everything in the district, and they knew about the secret project, but they hadn't told the individual colonies. So the individual colony ordered my main character to do something without knowing that it was actually had to do with a government project that was top secret. So pretty much a bunch of miscommunication. So I knew that was something I wanted to work into the world, but exactly who was in charge of what, how much power each branch had, I didn't know that. So that's something I had to build out when I did the reread and all the fixes that I'm adding. So yeah, I agree with you about figuring out intricacies later. Yeah, pretty much. Megan, world building started in first, more flesh out during second. Yep. Book Dragon, I like to explore the world as the characters do, but after the first draft is when I start cementing the ideas. I'm probably outing myself as a pantser here. Well, I'm the same way. I don't actually have anything written down. Usually, I just start writing. Now, to be fair, I had more for this project than I usually did, because this project was a rewrite in a way, because I did have a skeleton project prior, but honestly, this project looks nothing like the skeleton. It's so different. So I would consider this almost a completely new project. So I'm not sure how much I consider the original an outline, because the two don't follow each other at all. They're so different. It's not just genre, like even the beats of the story are wildly different from each other. So I don't feel like the original was actually has anything to do with the one I have now. Really, they're nothing alike. They're completely separate. But yeah, I feel like most people, even outliners, usually don't have super solid world building when they start. Though some people have a more solid grasp of their characters, which is probably smart. I usually tend to figure out my characters as I go, which probably isn't as smart. Should probably have a better idea of my characters before I start, but I'm kind of more of a pantser myself as well. And there are issues with that, but It does mean that I don't overthink myself and convince myself to not write in the first place, which is something that I used to struggle with more. Not so much now, but I used to. So let's see. We already did that question. Ooh. Do you use the next question I want to ask is, do you use world building apps or like have a book or journal full of world building stuff? Like, how deep do you go into world building? Do you have pretty much a story Bible that has all the world building stuff in it, or do you just keep track of it in a few notes? Like, how do you keep track of your world build stuff is the next question. So I'm going to go ahead and go to banners, switch it out, and I will add to stream. We're going to do another 25-minute. I'm so glad I got the trash out. If you guys ever hear that sound, like it's, I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. It sounds like an ice cream truck in the background. That's actually the garbage truck here in Japan. Garbage trucks in Japan, they sound like ice cream trucks, and they do that to warn you that they're coming, so you make sure you get the garbage is out. Dun, dun, dun. So yeah, that. So if you ever hear that in my videos, vlogs, streaming, whatever, that's what that is. It's not. We do not get ice cream trucks in Japan. Just garbage trucks. Okay, we are going to do another sprint of 25, and I will type up a brand new question to put in chat. So let's go ahead and sprint. All right, and we are back. I am on chapter 8 now, so I'm definitely making lots of progress today, which is good. Ugh. How y'all doing? Oh, we have Allegra. Hello. Welcome to the chat. So the question for chat was, do you use apps or make story Bibles to keep track of your world building? For me, I don't really use like a story Bible or anything like that. I have made notes on the world a bit, and I might, depending on how much goes on in this draft too, I might have to make some like thought charts or something. I'll probably just slam it in here along with the character graph things I had made, which are helping, by the way. I had tiny little details, and that helps me keep track of everyone because my mind is so bad at remembering this stuff. Even though I wrote it, I have a hard time keeping track of things, so it helps. I'll probably make just some notes on the world and put it in there. I don't think I need to make it electronic. I can imagine, though, that if you had a really big world, like a series, it might be best to have electronic either app or using something like all of the options in Scrivener to keep track of stuff, because you can control F to find things. But I don't have a series. Jennifer, I don't use story Bibles either. I've never felt the need to. I can usually just check the outline or the manuscript itself. Yeah, I feel like the time you need to break out that kind of stuff would probably be series, I would guess. Now, I wouldn't know for sure because I haven't written a series, and the idea of writing a series terrifies me. Gonna be real. There's so much that goes into it and keeping track of everything. I don't know, man. I think my brain would fry from the inside. But yeah, I think you'd have to, like, for a series, you probably would need some kind of tracking for tracking your world building stuff. Book Dragon, I was recently introduced to the idea of a story Bible, actually. It's actually been super helpful for the series I'm working on. Yep, series. Also, it's been helpful being able to see it all laid out. Yes. There are lots of different systems. I did a video a while back on my channel, I think last year. It was As Seen on AuthorTube, where I went over Campfire Blaze, which I'm going to be real with you. It seems to be better for world building and character mapping than it is for actual like outlining. I found that outlining in it to be really weak, personally, but you can check out that video, see what you think about it. But in terms of keeping everything in one place, it's pretty decent, and it's free. It's got a lot of free options, actually. And if you have Scrivener, you can just use Scrivener to keep track of it. Electronic does seem to be best because you can control find, so it's faster to reference, versus using an old school journal. Unless you're really good about like keeping reference numbers and stuff, you would have to manually just flip through to find what you were looking for in this. So I feel like it's better to have an electronic, but at the same time, I write tons of notes just simply because writing analog notes helps me remember longer term. So I don't know. It depends on the person. I would think it would be best if you're doing a series, but I'm not sure. Allegra, I've been having to get organized now that our writing team is up to 10 authors working in the same universe, but we're still figuring out the best way. Yeah, that would be really hard. I know some systems, I'm not positive, but I think Campfire Blaze has like different users in the same universe option, because I've seen people who do D&D games use it, because a bunch of different players would be able to use the same system and check world information, monster information. I'm not positive, but I think you can. I'm not sure how much of it is free if you have a team, but I don't know. I'm sure there's a couple other systems too, probably mostly built for role-playing games. When you're looking at like groups able to access one database, it usually ends up the hardcore D&Ders have used it for years. That'd probably be the best way to find like a world building system that everyone has access to, it would probably be best to just ask a bunch of D&D players because they're going to know the best, easiest way to do that, guaranteed. Again, and yes, writing a series is hard. It's been fun, but I'm not sure I want to do it again. Yeah, like it seems like so much. It's so much. Hats off to everyone who does that, by the way. You guys are amazing. That's so cool. At some point, because Grimspark is part of a large universe, so at some point I will dip my toes into that insanity, but I'm not sipping from the crazy juice quite yet. I'm too scared. I'm a coward. Megan, no apps necessary. Well, for me, just outline it and it typically takes off from there. Awesome. Yeah, I feel like most of my worlds aren't expansive enough that I feel like I need it, other than just quick reference information like, oh, what did I call this organization again? Because I have, again, bad memory. Allegra, I have a hard time with those apps because I'm a completionist and they prompt me to go down world building rabbit holes. I've been trying to do much narrower world building lately. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, man, that's hard because I feel like, and that's one of the things that's so intimidating to me about series is I agree that when you have characters, especially quite a few characters, you really want to keep to their viewpoint and what the characters can see of the world. That way you're not info dumping because you only know what the character knows. That being said, once you get a series going and it's like progressing, you now have to make sure you fact check yourself. And you've got all these extra things that like character B may not know this, but character C knew it in book 1. So you need to make sure that if character B now figures out about it, that they figure out the right things that line up with what we already know from character A. That's the stuff that I feel like gets complicated quickly. And that's when you might need reference stuff, especially when you have multiple books and character A's stuff that they talked about in book 1 might not come up again until book 3. But then by book 3, it's been years for you as the author. So you need to double check what book A said. It's a lot. And my head just thinking about it is just cooking. There's smoke. So yeah, again, hats off to everyone who's able to do that. I don't think I would be able to keep all that straight at all. I have a hard time keeping facts like whether or not a character is tall or not straight. Like I have serious memory problems. So that hence why I need so many books. I always tell people when they see my like planners and stuff, if you don't need a planner, awesome. Don't use it. If I could remember things accurately, if I didn't have to need stuff like that, that'd be great. I feel like I would be way more productive, but I do need a lot of things to keep track because I do have I have good and bad memory. I remember really bizarre things, but usually not the things I need in the moment, unfortunately. So I have to reference a lot. So yeah, it's kind of hard. Allegra, writing intrigue series is in fact a very, very complex beast, particularly when your entire cast lies to others and themselves. Ooh, unreliable narrators. Fun to write, but also kind of sort of a writer's worst nightmare. You have to be, I feel like that's one of the reasons I've never touched mystery, and I don't know if I could ever do it. You have to have all your ducks in a row in your head for mystery. I feel like the only way you can write mystery is to be an outliner. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you can pants that. I'm pretty sure you can't. I feel like if you want to write mystery and intrigue, you have to be an outliner. I don't think you could pants something like that because you have to know what you're going to be doing by the end in order to write the whole thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like for that kind of a series, you have to have hardcore outlining and a really firm idea of your world and how it works from the jump. But I don't know. I could be wrong. You can pants it if you write backwards. Oh my God. Okay, real talk. Do you guys jump around? Like I've heard a lot of authors who jump. I can't jump. I have to write chronologically or I lose my mind. The most jumping I will do is a character remembering past events and having flashbacks. That's the most jumping I ever do. But I have to progress the story forward. I can't The idea of going backwards is scary to me. I don't think I've ever done that. It would be an interesting writing experiment for me to try, like in a short story or something, but I've never has anyone ever done that? Have you guys done that? I'm curious now. Jennifer, chronological all the way from, yeah. Like I said, my brain would fry. I'm smart, kind of, sometimes. I'm not that smart. I feel like you got to be next level. It's kind of like how directors direct movies. I didn't really know this until I was a little older and I started looking into things like script writing. But then I very quickly realized that directors will jump around depending on what's best to film. So one day they'll film scene 3A, and then right after that they'll film the ending of the whole movie because they both happen in the same room or something. And so because that set is already up, they'll just use it. And that's insane to me because that means the directors and all the actors need to just be able to mentally hop between all of these scenes. How do you do that? I don't. How? Oh my God. Never did until this book, and now I'm having such a hard time keeping the threads straight that I'm having to write each group from start to meetup. That makes sense. That makes sense. That would be hard, man. That would be really, really hard. Matching all the groups. I think that's one of the things that Haley is struggling with because her book right now has a bunch of different groups of people, and sometimes they converge and sometimes they don't. So keeping track of what groups know what other groups of people, when they know them and how they know them, and are they aware that this is happening to this other group, or are they out of communication right now? I think that's been a real struggle because she has so many different groups going on, and it's just really hard to keep track of that many people. I can't jump either. I've met people who do, but they boggle my mind. Yeah, they're like, that's the real magic, okay? Like, that's true magic in this world is people who can jump scenes. Something else. Allegra, my entire cast scattered in book 1, and by the final act of book 3, almost all of them are within shouting distance. It's getting wild and is breaking my brain. Ooh. See, I know some of these characters. Some of these characters haven't met yet. I'm really curious. I'm curious how some of the characters. What is her mom? Don't tell me spoilers. No, I don't want to know. But I'm very interested. That's a lot of That's a decent sized cast. I would say I have read casts that are even bigger, but still, that's a sizable cast of characters. That's a lot of people. Wow, yeah, that would be a lot to keep track of. Shoot, your notebook must be crazy right now. Oh my God. I think mine's messy as heck. I can't imagine having that many characters going down in one. No spoilers. And yes, 10! Oh, that hurts. That hurts to see that number. It, like, in the big scheme of things, 10 isn't that big of a number. But when you're talking about point of views for a book, that's a lot. Ay, ay. Color code spread. That is smart. Color code it. Yes. Each character gets a color. Nice. Well, knowing me, I would have to constantly refer to my key because I would forget. That's how bad it is. I would forget my color code so much. I'd have to constantly have this like little cheat sheet. Okay, purple, purple, purple. Oh, that's Alex. Nope. That's light purple. Like I would constantly be getting it messed up. Good for you though, on keeping track of it. Wow. Book Dragon. Something funny though is a lot of the people who jump around can't write chronologically. I have heard that. I've heard that rumor because like because I've never actually met one of these people either in person or directly online where I'm able to have a conversation with them. I've never run into these mystical unicorns like in nature. But I have seen people who have mentioned that in other people's comment sections on other channels where they'll be like, yeah, I just jump around. And then I've seen people talk to them and be like, hey, how does that even work? And they've mentioned how they can't write chronologically and they wish they could. because their brain just jumps between ideas too rapidly. And I guess I could kind of get that because my brain can get very jumpy. But usually, when it comes to sitting down and typing it out, if I don't think strictly for the scene I'm actually in, I get overwhelmed and I shut down. So, like, I can kind of get it, but I can't get how you would jump around and then like write what you're jumping to. Because for me, my brain jumps and thinks this would be a cool idea. I write down a note, but then I'm like, okay, but I have to write the next scene I'm actually in. I can't bring myself to jump forward and write a new scene that hasn't happened yet. That's really hard to do for me. Waves, time for bed and another hour of writing. See you later. Okay. Yeah, get some rest for sure. I wish I could sleep. I'm very tired right now. I had to wake up even earlier than usual this morning for therapy, so I'm very tired and the day's only started for me. It's only like 11 a.m. here and I am exhausted. I feel like I've run a marathon. So that's not good. But yeah, get some rest. Thank you so much for joining us, Allegra. Bye. The rest of us are going to power on to another round. So let's go ahead and swap out stuff, add this to the live, and we are going to go for another 25 minutes. I will type up a new question for chat, and see you soon. All right. And we are back. So how was that? Were you guys able to get some stuff done? I am in, let's see. Let's track it again. Oh, nope, that's the wrong one. That's the old project. New project. I am in scene 2. I thought it was scene 1. Scene 2 now of chapter 9. We're making some progress. I do think that I might need to go back and fill some stuff in a couple other places. I feel like I'm in a spot where the tension has lifted a bit. Even though there's a lot going on, I feel like the tension isn't quite right. So I might need to mess with that. So I need to reread some stuff, which I've already been doing a little bit. And I need to see where I can up the tension a wee bit. Okay, chat question. Have you ever gotten a world building idea from another person's work that inspired an entire story for you? I've had a couple short stories which were inspired by little bits and pieces of an idea that another world has had, another creative work. It's pretty rare for it to be anything like the work that I was inspired by. Usually it's like a tangent idea. So, for example, let's see, a good example would be, there was one short story I was talking about before where I had kind of crafted the character first before the world, and she was like kind of stubborn and impulsive. That whole thing was actually inspired by an image of a bone fairy. So I had seen an image of a bone fairy, and I was like, it'd be kind of cool to write a story where a human runs into this and has to deal with it. And that kind of created that little short story. So I definitely do get that. I usually get it with a lot of original art that I see online. That'll usually give me quite a bit of inspiration. And usually it'll be world building inspiration more often than not. It's very rare that I get character inspiration from a work. It's usually world building inspiration is what I get. I've made some progress, but it's been slow today. Yeah. Like, I feel like I'm covering a decent amount of ground, but I feel like some of the previous chapters I just went through need to be filled in more. I don't know. They just don't feel bulky enough. Like, I feel like there's something missing, but I'm struggling to see what's missing. I feel like there's just gaps. Like, I feel like I'm moving a wee bit too fast in this particular part of my book. So, yeah. I feel that. Like technically I'm getting through the chapters, but I feel like I'm not really getting through the chapters. Like I'm going to have to go back. I feel like I need to go back. So I'm not sure how useful my editing is right now, because I think I'm going to have to just go back and do some of it again, go over the same chapters again, fill in more information. I just feel like I'm progressing too quickly to the next plot point. I feel like I need more description too. That's probably one of the things I'm missing. That might be the thing that's bothering me right now. Missing description. So I think that's something I need to go back and work on, because I did describe what the ship generally looks like, but I haven't described very much of the ship, like lighting, what the ship smells like, other such things. Yeah. Yeah, I'm missing a lot of information. I have to go back. Dang it. Being in chapter 9 sounded so cool, but the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, nah, I need to go back and fill in some info, because I think I need more info on the ship they were just on. I need more info maybe on the guards and other such creatures that are trapped on board the ship with them. They defeated them, but I think I need some more interaction. I haven't had them, like my main character Alex, try to interact with a card before, one of the Queen's cards. So I want to see how that works. Jennifer, my early drafts always lack description. Very relatable. Yeah. Who can be bothered? I'm trying to get to all the plot points before I forget them, because bad memory. I don't have time to slow down and tell you what the staircase looks like, all right? There are better things to do. Mm-hmm. The Book Dragon's Nest. I got a lot of ideas from listening to music, mostly plot things. I also tend to skip descriptions. I always have to go back and add that. Editing never ends. The descriptions need to be added in. I caved, by the way, if you couldn't tell. I'm eating these spicy potato sticks. They're very good. They're actually one of my favorite snacks here. They're not that spicy either. Jennifer, chat question for let me get the question up. Sorry, I'm so distracted by snacks right now. Chat question Sorb. Sanderson's Warbreaker has a magic system based on color, and that helped me think of magic system based on numbers, which is my current work in progress. Oh, answer to the chat question. Yeah, that's really cool. I think I wouldn't call it quite the same thing, but if you guys know this one was my in my TBR last month, and I finished it because it's like really short. It's less than 90 pages. It's incredibly fast. This is apparently a trilogy. I don't have the other books yet, and I don't know if the other books are this short. But this one, I guess the closest you could say to a magic system, I'm unsure. It actually kind of feels almost like magical realism in parts, because there is this thing that the character will do called treeing, and they will think of mathematical equations, and then they'll describe treeing where their mind kind of like wanders out of their body in a way. It seems like it creates some kind of magical barrier, but the book isn't like this is short. So everything's insanely brief. So I don't have a very good handle on what it actually does. I know it can interfere with and activate certain devices, apparently. But exactly what that entails, I don't know. And I don't know exactly what treeing is. It's just, she describes going into almost a trance-like state with numbers, and then the treeing happens. And I couldn't tell you exactly what that is or what that means. It makes sense within the book. Like, all other characters seem to know what it is. So it's clearly a part and element of the world, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it does, just that it interferes with other elements of the world. So it is not quite the same thing, but it's a general concept that math is magic. And in some ways it is, actually. I don't understand math very well, but I have run into quite a few mathematicians, including mathematical witches, which is a thing, where they actually use equations in order to create spells and spell casting. They use number systems for spells. And you can actually do it if you associate certain numbers with certain key values or ideas. You could use them in place of words for intention. So you could use a string of numbers that mean certain things within a mantra or in a trance-like state to, in theory, do a spell. And I'm talking real world stuff with actual witches. I can't tell you a ton about the practicality of that and how well that works, but I do know there are a couple witches that are mathematical based. So that is a real thing, and I could totally see it would be pretty cool to see that in a fantasy world, because that makes sense. Like, I could see how that could totally make sense. Absolutely. But that's cool. Awesome. Okay. Should we do another sprint? I think we need to do another one because it never stops. And I'm going to need to okay, you know what? I want to finish this chapter I'm on before I go back. Wait. I'll finish the scene I'm in, so I'm not in the middle of a scene. And then I'll go back, because I think the next scene's a really big one. So I think I'll finish the scene I'm currently on, and then I'll go back and do some fixing stuff. I think I've already reached my goal for the day, technically, but again, I need to go back, so I don't know. How much does it count? I don't know. The Book Dragon, math is fascinating. Unfortunately, I don't have a head for numbers. Same. I can understand little bits and pieces of it, but not the collective whole. Like, I know the general concept of a Mobius strip. That's it. I can't explain to you how it works. It's a physics thing. I don't get physics is its own form of, I'm convinced that's real world magic. Physics is real magic. Okay. That'll break your brain. It really will. Some of the stuff in physics, like if I ever feel like the world is too boring, I'll look up a video of a physicist trying to explain something, and I'm like, this world is fascinating. I don't get it, but it's fascinating. And I am honored to be a part of it. So, yeah. God bless all the people who get that, who can wrap their mind around a Mobius strip, because I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I really don't. And this is why there's a part where I'm good at arts and crafts with my students, but there's a part when if someone's like, do this and fold it this way and it'll become this other thing, I'm like, that makes no sense to me because I don't understand a lot of physics. And 3D objects don't work in my brain. It's on paper or it doesn't exist. I can't do the 3D thinking in my head. Can't do it. Can't do it. Okay, we are going to do another stream. Let me go ahead and pull things up real quick. Get it going. Add to stream. I will add a brand new banner for question for chat in a little bit here. We're going to do another 25-minute sprint, and we'll go ahead and kick off right about now. All right, so we are back. Excuse me. We are back. Sorry about that. I went back and I started going through some of my previous sections that I've already done and adding yet more description because sure enough, I was definitely missing some. So I'm stuck on description duty. That delicate balance of how much is enough before it goes overboard. Chat question. Have you ever stopped writing a work because halfway through you realized the world genre wasn't working? The current one. This project I knew about halfway through the original outlining skeleton, whatever it was, that it wasn't quite right, but I was in the middle of a writing challenge, so I finished it anyway, even though it felt kind of wrong. Like it felt like so much was missing. And so when I rewrote it, I had a think about the genre, and I was like, it really shouldn't be fantasy. It needs to be sci-fi with fantasy undertones, dark fantasy undertones, but primarily sci-fi. I've had a couple short stories where I believed they were going to be science fiction, but then they ended up like dark fantasy or supernatural. So I had to change where they are. I have two different short story compilations going. I have a sci-fi one and a dark fantasy one. So a couple of them, I've started writing them, and then I found that it didn't fit. Like the characters weren't quite what they needed to be for that particular world. So I had to swap out what I was writing. It doesn't happen a ton. Usually I feel like, because again, I make the characters and then I kind of think of the world, usually. It's pretty rare for the world to spin in such a way that I'm like, this feels more like this other thing. Usually what will happen is I'll start writing something in fantasy and it will end up as science fiction because I just like writing it better. But yeah, that's usually what happened. Book Dragon, I've never stopped for that reason, but there have been a couple of times I've had to stop and remind myself dragons do not belong in every novel. Well, it is in your name, so that must be hard to fight against. That's the thing. Like for me, it's non-human life forms. I really like using different creatures and using my creative because I love marine biology. And so I get a lot of inspiration from marine biology for the creatures I make. And as such, they end up like I end up making aliens everywhere. And if I'm doing fantasy, they feel more like aliens than they do fantasy creatures. And it's hard for me to, if you've ever looked at a lot of the life forms that are in deep sea, you would understand it's more alien like than mystical creature like, if that makes any sense. Yeah, don't worry, I got you. I was pretty sure it was dragons. I actually didn't clock that spelling mistake initially because I was reading so fast. I'm a speed reader. So one of the benefits of being a speed reader is I don't usually notice spelling errors right away. The downside of being a speed reader is I don't see the spelling errors right away. So editing is a pain. It does help having things like Grammarly and whatnot, because I mean, they're free systems, might as well. And they're pretty good for a once over. I was really shocked when I spoke to that editor from Too Nimble, and I asked her about like kind of the states of stuff that sometimes she would get, and she said that sometimes she gets manuscripts in that haven't even been through a basic grammar editing program. Like they've never used a spell check a day in their life. I can't fathom paying the kinds, because like editors aren't cheap, at least good ones. And so I'm like shocked that people send her completely unedited stuff, like not even a spell check. Not even a computer spell check. I'm just, I'm so, how do you do that? How do you do that? Jennifer, I've only ever abandoned a project once, and it wasn't because of the world building genre. The story just wasn't working. Rip. Yes. I've definitely done that too. I've had moments where I've thought to myself, should I be the one telling the story? And if I'm even a little unsure about it, then that kind of gives me my answer. I probably shouldn't be the one writing that story. So yeah, it's kind of a tricky subject, but when it comes to certain minorities and things like that, you need to be kind of careful. I can't tell you exactly where that line is. You need to like talk to those groups and whatnot, but there have been a few stories where I've just sat back and thought, I don't think this is my story to be telling, you know? So I had to really evaluate, why are these characters this way? What is this going to do for the story in the world? Is this something I really should be writing or not? Usually those questions, if I can't answer them correct, it's like, this is not the time to be writing that project, if ever. I have a story that's actually set here in Japan, and that's on permanent back burner. And you'd think because I'm living in Japan, I would be able to write it better, but I feel like it's not my story to tell in a way. So I don't know if that one's ever going to see the light of day, to be perfectly honest with you. Book Dragon. Oh, yeah. The deep sea feels like a whole other world. I totally see where the influence comes from. Oh, yeah. I love it. It's amazing. There's so much we can learn from it too, including medical sciences. We've learned a lot from that. And there's a lot more we can learn because light travels differently down there because, of course, people think, well, there is no light. Wrong. Light just travels differently. So light is something being reflected. It is energy to a certain extent. There's waves of it, and it works differently down there. So there actually are colors. They look gray to us. Everything looks gray and like weird tone down there, but it's actually very, very colorful. It's just our eyes don't have the proper wavelengths to detect the color. But if you use special lenses, scientists have been able to see it's actually very colorful. The problem is we just can't perceive that color with our naked little eyes. So a lot of the really cool research that's being done right now is trying to isolate how these organisms create that color in their biology and see if they can replicate that in a serum a human can take. That way, your brain, when they do a scan of your brain, it would light up a certain way so they could follow pathways and hopefully be able to do stuff like identify cancer earlier, treat it faster and more effectively by treating the exact areas instead of the whole thing. It's really cool stuff that could save lives, but they have to be able to isolate those factors and figure out how it works and whether or not it's safe for human consumption and use. But it's really cool stuff. It's medical science stuff, and that's just one out of many ways that things on our planet can be aiding and keeping people alive. You wouldn't think that, go to the abyss of the ocean to find color, but the world is crazy. But stuff like that really inspires me because it makes me see things differently. So it's not just that deep sea ocean creatures are very strange looking. It's also their biology of literally how they work, including how they perceive the world around them in color, is vastly different from our own world. So when I create alien creatures, I try to think of the creature not just in terms of its physical appearance and like what it eats and stuff. I also think about how it perceives the world around it. So an alien wouldn't necessarily perceive things the same way I do. So like I see certain colors a certain way with my eyes because of how my eyes can perceive the world. But that's limited by what my eyes are able to do. To a different animal who has different mechanisms in their eye, they might see a completely different color spectrum on my hand than I'm able to see right now. And that would affect how it would respond to a hand coming out of nowhere and getting close to it, right? So those kinds of things help me actually form a lot of my alien species. And I've noticed that that's kind of a thing I think it should be done more in fantasy, but tends not to be. So usually it's a staple of sci-fi, not fantasy. So that's why I end up in fantasy, sci-fi more than fantasy. But Book Dragon, I didn't know about the color thing. It's so fascinating. Don't mind me filing this away for potential. Yes, right? It's so cool. I love watching new documentaries, reading new articles on new scientific discoveries with the ocean, because there's so much that we're learning, and there's so much we're relearning about our world. Like recently they started finding out that there were certain creatures. Ooh, which one were they? It might have been squid. I'm not positive, but there are a couple of the invertebrates that they've started to track have way more intelligence than we initially gave them credit for. And they do actually communicate specific things to each other, not just general things like I want to mate with you, but like very specific coded things like there's danger over to the left, like very specific commanded information. And that did not previously think the species was doing. I'm pretty sure it's squid. Their color combinations they thought were for basic things like aggression and stuff like that. And now they're actually seeing patterns that are almost forming sentences. So this kind of changes again how we perceive intelligence. Because again, we think of intelligence as how humans operate, but that's not necessarily what intelligence is. So you have to kind of think outside the box of what intelligence is and how a creature would communicate. You have to think about what's important to that creature. What would it want to communicate the most? And then you start looking at, okay, what's the most easy, efficient way for this creature to convey that information to another creature? Another thing, this is not ocean stuff. I mean, kind of related. Some ocean creatures display it, but fungi. They've been able to find that certain funguses, their root systems can actually carry information. So, and that includes trees, that trees can potentially carry information to other trees, such as this area holds more water than this other area. And again, this is stuff that is unprecedented. We're like, how are trees literally talking to each other? This is brand new kind of research, so there's still a lot to be done in this field, but it's really cool to see because we are having to reevaluate everything we know about nature. Previously, we always assumed we were always the smartest, but the reality is we just communicate in a different manner. But it's very possible that a lot of creatures, a lot of animals communicate far more sophisticated than we ever believed them capable of. And we just assumed that they weren't able to because we're like, hey, animals can't talk, animals stupid. But the reality is they communicate just differently. Even plant life communicates to an extent. It's just, what does the plant need? That's probably what's most likely to communicate because that's what's needed for its survival. But it's interesting that it's not just individual survival. Some of these plants are actually looking out for group survival, which is unusual. And scientists did not think that was possible prior. So again, this is new research that's being done. There's still a long way to go before any hard conclusions can be met. But it's really exciting to see because it changes how we see intelligence in general. And for science fiction writers like me, that's just more fodder for, like, if we have these alien worlds, alien plants, alien life forms, complex life forms, it makes sense that they would not think the same way we do, and they wouldn't function the same way we do. Humanoid aliens, I don't usually mess with very much. It's usually something really other that I mess with because that's more interesting to me, and that seems more likely to me. But anyway, huge rant out of the way. We should probably go to the next sprint. Thank you for indulging my very nerdy ranting. Book Dragon, different does not mean bad. Yes, exactly. Lots of my aliens are not evil. I actually don't think I've written an evil alien in a long time. They can be dangerous and often are, but there's a difference between being dangerous and intending harm. Like, human beings are insanely dangerous and often will intend harm, but a lot of my aliens, they not only don't intend any harm whatsoever, but even if they do intend harm, it's not out of malicious intent. It's usually out of survival intent. So I don't really have evil aliens in any of my works, I don't think. I don't think I've ever written that as a thing. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and do another 25-minuter. And I will post another question. I think we will wrap up real soon here because I'm nearing the end of what I'm capable of doing on StreamYard for the month. It's supposed to reset today. Cross all your fingers. If it doesn't reset, I might have to pay for something. I hope not. It's supposed to reset today. But yeah, we'll do another 25-minute. I think this is going to be the last one for today. I've got some other things I need to do today, and I am hungry as per usual. My stomach rules all. The little potato stick things weren't enough. I need real food. So one more, and then we will be breaking. So let's see how much more we can get done. All right. And that was it. That was the last sprint for this particular stream for today, day 4. We're halfway through, a little over halfway through, actually. We only have 3 more days left, 5, 6, and 7. 3 more days, almost there. So how was the stream for you? How was today? How was day 4? For me, I got quite a lot done. I'm almost at chapter 10. I'm right on that verge of hitting chapter 10. I'm backtracking a little bit. I backtracked back to chapter 7 so I could double check some of the descriptors and stuff. And sure enough, I was missing some in a few places. So I'm fixing those. Right now, I've just finished fixing, what scene am I on? Just finished fixing chapter 7. So I need to go back into chapter 8 and 9 and finish fixing it from there. So I think my goals, I'll go ahead and write down my goals for next time, or I'll forget because my memory is horrible. Fix description, chapter 8 and 9, plus chapter 10. Cool. So on day 5, if I could get through another chapter or two, good God. And also fix those descriptors in the last 2 chapters, I should be well on my way to hopefully reaching the halfway point by the end of this week of streaming. Because that was my initial goal for the entire week, was to hit the midway point of my edit, which is around chapter 15, 16. So yeah, I hope everyone who joined today was able to get some stuff done. And yeah, tomorrow is villains and side character discussion for tomorrow. So talking about how you create villains, what kind of villain archetypes we like, which ones we hate. So if you want to rant about how many things and tropes and villains you absolutely hate, tomorrow is a very good day to do that. We'll be doing some ranting on that one. I have a feeling I'm going to have a lot of tropes that I hate. Also, some ones that we should see more often, like comedic villains, as if villains can't be funny. We don't see that very often. We should. Dr. Draken from Kim Possible, underrated villain. Underrated villain. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Book Dragon, I got a step closer to finishing this round of edits. I've got 3.5 chapters left. Yes! Awesome. And today was pretty fun. I got lots of new things to think about. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you had fun. I definitely did. I got a lot done today. So thank you guys so much for hanging out while we got that done. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy and out of it today. Hoping to come back at it swinging tomorrow with the villain discussions. So come ready to rant about all the villain stuff you hate and also all the stuff we want to see more of in villains. I know I've got quite a long list of that, so it should be fun. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Let me go ahead and remove the banner real quick before I forget. Remember, as always, to like and subscribe if you so already. It does help my channel show up in algorithms so people, including subscribers, can actually find my stuff. Algorithm is really strange on this platform, although not as strange as Instagram. Still trying to figure out Instagram. Still can't figure out Instagram. So yeah, I look forward to seeing y'all next time. I'm going to go ahead and close her down for today. I look forward to seeing you guys for the Villains Speak tomorrow. Come ready to rant. Okay? Awesome. See you guys next time. Bye.